Good evening, everybody, and welcome to TeeBee's Sunday Soul Show. Once again, we have another cracking show for you tonight, guys. Unbelievable. I'm so overwhelmed with everything that's went on today from all you guys. Unbelievable stuff. So, just waiting. Oh, there it's there. Okay. Make sure everything's working. We have loads of people in the house tonight. Mr. Smooth, Fluff, Mrs. O, Sue B, Kim B, Linda Neville, Mags and Martin, Fluff, what do you call him, Dave Rimmer, Keith K. Oh, if I haven't said your name, I'll catch you later. Alec Max in, very early, nice one, Alec. Dave Rimmer. And Georgie is working tonight, Fluff, yes, she's on the night shift weekend. Oh, she'll let everybody know. Okay. So, we have some show for you tonight, guys. I'm not joking. If you have any friends or family out there that like soul music, but love a bit of entertainment, then send them the link to this show, because I'm going to tell you now, this is something else. And believe you me, I don't lie. So you can all hear me and see me okay, and everything's working fine. Linda Haycock, good evening. Just in case I miss anybody. Phil Kerr, how you doing, Phil? I'll catch up with you all, guys. Let me just do this and see what happens. Boom, boom. So, we had 44 requests for tonight's show. And out of them 44 requests, I believe there was 7 tracks that have been on the show before. Most of the people got back to me about their tracks. But the Bob's working well, and I think everybody's quite happy with the Bob. Good evening, Jacqueline Broadfoot, and good evening, Julie, right down there in the Pyrenees. Annette Sherlock, good evening. Two back in nothing. Right, okay. So, without further ado, I'm going to start the show. And the first track tonight, let me just make sure this is all in. Yeah. Hello, Mr. Brown. Hello, Mr. Mick Murphy. Sorry I didn't catch your show today. Mick, I've been really busy doing a lot of things and running the auction and stuff like that. It's been pretty busy. So, our first track of the evening comes from a good friend, Philip Kerr, down in South Manchester, Stockport, I think it is. And Philip has requested the great Glenn Jones, and it's called You and Me, and it is the first of 8 gold stars for the evening. Well done, Philip. Good evening, Kaz Birch. Good evening, Elwin and Lil. You're welcome, Phil. Great tune. I love it.
If I asked you to spend your whole life with me, yeah. Baby, believe in me, 'cause a stronger love for you from someone else.
New gold star picture. Let's hope there's no buffering. Good evening, Phil Story, down in Hull. How are you doing, pal?
So say you'll be mine. Together we will open every door.
Mrs. O, good evening, just in case I forgot to say your name.
Oh, baby, you and me.
Sing it.
Together forever. You and me, just us two. Oh, you and me.
Well done, Philip Kerr. First gold star of the evening.
Maybe we can make it right.
Woo!
We'll be together forever. Together.
Good evening, Keith, Susie, and Maisie. The Keys family, from them family. What would we do without the Keys?
When I was down, my love
Corky and Shaz here.
came along and picked me up and made me strong. Yes, it's true, baby. My love for you makes the night too short and my days too long. Yeah, I was
Soul, baby, soul.
sunshine.
3 hours this Sunday night with TV. Playing the best in soul music.
Thank you for having
Picked by the listeners. All you lovely guys out there.
been so lonely. That's why
Thank you, Mick. The polos are available in yellow or any colour you wish.
together forever. You and me, just us two. Oh, yeah, yeah. You and me belong together, sharing everything that we do. Yeah. Ooh, you give me, I'll give you. Ooh, baby, baby, we can make it right. We'll be together forever. All right. Together forever.
Just love it, man. Love it. Good evening, Julie Holdsworth and Dewsbury Soul Patrol down there in Dewsbury. The lovely Ada, Harvey Lee, and the Holdsworth family. What a crew. What a tune. Glenn Jones and You and Me. Sent in by my good friend Philip Kerr down there in Manchester. Next up, another great track I hadn't heard. Another out of the box from the lovely Sue B down in Blackpool. Well done, Blackpool Football Club. This is London Beat. No woman, no cry. Evening, Johnny Loafer.
Well, I remember when we used to sit in the government yard in Trench Town, observing all the hypocrites as they would mingle with the good people we meet. Good friends we had, and good friends we lost.
Oh, yeah.
Along the way. In this great future, you can't forget your past. So try your
Good evening, Kath Burks. Russ Wells is in the house. Good evening, Russ.
Everything's gonna be alright. Yeah, it's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright.
Can you feel it? Feel it?
Yeah,
It's going to be some show.
everything's gonna be alright.
Good evening, Corky. Down in sunny Guernsey. Good on you, pal. Good evening, Albie Babby's in the house. Woo!
No cry. No woman, no cry.
Good evening, Sue and George Ellis. Just in from the garden. I believe a lot of people will be in the garden today. Lovely weather, good. Having all over the country. Fantastic.
Remember when we used to sit in the government yard in Trench Town, and in Georgia, hey, we light the fire light
Georgie.
as it was Lordwood burning through the night. And we would cook.
Good evening, Papa Bear down there in Gretna. Remember and phone me tomorrow, pal. I've left a message on your phone. Thank you, Papa Bear.
I'm my only carriage, so I got to push on through. But while I'm gonna be, everything's gonna be alright. Hey, it's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright.
Good evening, Carol Cameron's in the house.
Everything's gonna be alright.
What a tune.
Little sister, everything's gonna be alright. So don't you shed no tears. No woman, no cry. No woman, no cry. No woman, no cry. No
Peaches out tonight, so the tab's on Peaches. Nice one, Linda. I will do, Corky, no probs, mate. What a tune. And it was in the pot for Gold Stars. Brilliant. Unlucky it didn't get one. But it's still a great tune from London Beat and a great version of No Women, No Cry, sent in by the lovely Shoe Beat down there in Blackpool. Next up, the lovely Ruth Clare and her mental husband called Chris. No, that's the Ruth Gray, sorry, got that wrong. The lovely Ruth Clare from Liverpool sent in the Impressions. We Must Be in Love from 1970.
I sigh and don't know why I sigh. Is it that I'm lonely for you?
Well done, Chelsea FC,
Me too.
for winning the Champions League.
We must be in love.
And all you Blues out there, well done, guys.
I miss your
Especially
tender
Mick.
kiss, your tender kiss
And
is what
Marco.
I miss. I have a strange desire.
Good evening, Mr. Jeff Campbell.
Your lips are fire. We must be in love. Oh, tell me now, do you love me too? I do. Do you love me tenderly? I do hope that you'll agree. We must be in love. We must be in love.
Woo!
I miss your tender kiss. Your tender kiss is what I miss. I have a strange desire for your lips of fire. We must be in love. Well, tell me now, do you love me too? I do. Do you love me tenderly? And I hope that you'll agree. We must be in love. Maybe you will see. Finally, you and me shall always be as one. See what happiness has done. We must be in love.
Can you feel it?
We must be in love. I sigh and don't know why I sigh. Is it that
Good evening, Marco.
I'm lonely for you?
Well done, the Chelsea boys.
Are you lonely for me too? We must be in love. Let me tell you now, I miss your tender kiss. Your tender kiss is what I miss. I have a strange desire
Good evening, Keith and Lorraine,
for your
down in
lips of
Norfolk
fire.
on their boat. Hope you're having fun, guys.
We must be in love.
Wow, another great tune to start the show. The great sound of the Impressions and We Must Be in Love from 1970, sent in by a lovely nurse down there in Liverpool, the lovely Ruth Clare. This next one comes from the lovely Lil Jones. And the great thing now is I have contact with Lil and Elwyn because I've got Elwyn on WhatsApp. So Elwyn and Lil can send in their own requests, and especially I think they were away at Cardiff or something today, and they sent them in early. So it's great to be in touch with you guys, and I'll just give you a little rundown before I play this track of what's happening tonight. Round about 9 o'clock, I'm going to give you the final tally of the Helping Hand Fund. And I won't give it away, but you will be impressed. We will also give you the rundown of who has won all the auction items that were up for auction, and then we'll give you the grand total. After that, we will do TeeBee's memoirs, because I don't want to let John down. And we have our guest DJ, our very own belly on the telly, Mr. Deep Penman, arriving round about 9:15, 9 o'clock, and he will be the man responsible for picking that name out of the hat to see who gets a choice to pick a charity of a local charity from themselves to give the Helping Hand Fund to. So all that's happening on the show tonight. We have a threesome before 8 from Mr. John Birch. But first of all, this comes from the lovely Lil Jones down in Cricket. This is Vermetia, Roster and Sisters Love. It's called The Bigger You Love.
When you love someone deep, they can do no wrong. But when you love too hard, you sing a different song. You got to take your time and build it slow. Then get it all together.
He's been sunbathing,
Then watch it grow.
got a tan belly on the telly.
The bigger you love, the harder you fall. Take it from me, you got to start small. The bigger you love, the harder you fall. Take it from me, come on and start softly.
Some voice key.
You got to start in love right from the ground.
Look, it's time to get the
That's
beer
when
out.
you start from the top. You can only come down. And when you give all of your love and get no return, that's the high way you have to learn. The bigger you love, the harder you fall. Take it from me, you got to start small. The bigger you love, the harder you fall. Take it from me, come on and let's start
Some soul tune that. Absolutely love it. Lil Jones sent in Vermetia, Royster and Sisters Love. The Bigger You Love. Next we have one from Mr. Martin Barlow down there in Lancaster. This is Alice Clatt. And Never Did I Stop Loving You from 1972. What a year the 70s was.
Never, never, never did I ever stop to think that I'd find myself here with you. in
Hope you're all off on holiday tomorrow.
dreams.
Bank holiday.
Oh, but here I am again with you. You are my joy, and my joy is you.
Woo.
Never, never, never did I ever stop loving you. Yeah. Sometimes I stop and ask and wonder where you were. Then I rip you from my mind. 'Cause I
Cheers,
was
everybody.
didn't care.
Get yourselves a drink.
Here I am again with you. This time I know that my heart can do. Never, never, never did I ever stop loving you. Yeah. I don't know why I had to play the game of losing you to make me see that I still love you.
Okay, Dick.
Yeah.
Jake's on his way.
But here I am.
I think it's 8:45. I think he's got to pick the missus up first.
You are my joy, and my joy is you. Never, never, never did I ever stop loving you. Oh no, never, never, ooh, never, baby, did I ever stop loving you. I just can't stop, no, never, never, never. Did I ever stop loving you?
Come round by all means, Alec back.
Ooh, never, baby.
Pop in. Bring the lovely part.
Stop loving you. Oh,
Nice one, Jake. Unbelievable, this show. I just can't thank you guys enough. You've played 6 tracks here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry, 5. 5 tracks in the opening part of the show in the past 20 minutes. And every one of them could have been a gold star. Absolutely different class. Next up is the first one of the evening. And unfortunately, when you do send in a track that's been on the show before, you get a bob. And then if you send another track in and it is also a bob, it automatically goes into the show. Because I can't keep giving you bobs after every, because we could be there all day. So you get 2 chances. And unfortunately, my good friend Albert Wilkinson down in Rotherham, who's looking really forward to meeting us at Bridlington, only in 4 weeks to go, is sent in the great sound from the Four Tops. It's called Clip My Wings. Nice one, Albert. See you at Brid, Albert. And the lovely Wendy.
Enjoying life and having such a good time.
Come on.
Trying to make the world my than you were. Although I knew that love was not a plaything, I never gave a thought to a wedding ring. Girl, you clip my wings and I'll never fly away. You clip my wings and here I am to stay. You clip my wings and I'll never fly away. But the love that you're putting down, I don't want to leave the ground. Having fun has taken on a new look, a soft and lovely new look.
Did you feel it?
I can't resist. Different girls, not one or two, were heaven.
Good evening, Jane Blundy Thompson and Mr. Tom Thompson. How you doing, guys?
You clip my wings and I'll never fly away. You clip my wings and here I am to stay. You clip my wings and I'll
Good evening, Mr. Rob Barr, down in Birmingham. How you doing, Rob?
that you're putting down. Girl, I don't want to leave this ground. Oh, yeah.
Come on.
Love is started by an attraction, and judging from this action, you sure got me. Oh, taking second looks at the moon, you got me singing a different tune. Oh, yeah, you clip my wings and I'll never fly away. You clip my wings, but girl, I'm here to stay. You clip my wings and I'm never, never, never gonna fly away. You clip my wings, girl.
What a tune. The great Levi Stubbs and the Four Tops. And You Clip My Wings. Sent in by our good friend Mr. Albert Wilkinson down there in Rotherham. Excuse me, bit of gas. Next up, I've not seen his name in tonight. Mr. Stevie Perusa, better known as the Italian Stallion, on this show. He sent in his request. It was a bob. Sent another request in. And it was the same request as he picked last week. And it's a lovely Max who says his brain is as bad as hers. So that automatically goes into the show. And, sorry, the second one doesn't go into the show. I picked his first one. which has also been on the show before, and it's by Sharon Red. Let's have a bit of disco, because love is going to get you. So was I, Robert. Can amaze you sometimes.
You said you'd never fall, so we left it as friends. But I fallen in love with you again. You and your suspicions are the confusing things that you do.
Can you feel it?
Try inside your chest to scared to lose. Now look at the situation we're alone.
I was just thinking that. Where's Johnny and Jilly? Hand up the pop. Good evening, Johnny and Jilly down in Barnsley. Got your second jab. Good man. Hope you've had a great day.
I'm not used to the position of begging for what I need. Trying to make a change embarrasses me. Don't give me promises, just give me your heart. Now we're standing like two fools in the dark. Now look at the situation
Yes, Rob, yes. The new Halloween polo shirt. I love the yellow. Yellow and black. TeeBee's, a B, yellow and black. George's idea. She's very clever, that girl. Good evening, Anne-Marie and Daz. Got your playlist, Anne-Marie. Thank you. Getting sorted this week. We have couples week next week. Oh, it's all going, the TV show. Good evening, Ruth Gray. How you doing? No rocking this show, Ruth. Put that Chris to bed. Good idea, Dick. Love is going to get you. The great sound from Shannon Red, sent in by our good friend Mr. Steve Perusa down there in Kendal. Next up, we go to the lovely Ruth Gray and the mad rock man, Mr. Chris Gray. and they have sent in the lovely Ruby Andrews. This is called It Takes Me Away.
There is something in his kiss.
Love it.
Takes me away. Ooh, and I feel like I wanna fly. Every time it happens, like I wanna fly. Every time it happens, whatever it is that he's doing, takes me away. Ooh, and it fills me all up inside.
You're welcome, Ruth and Chris. Good evening, Noggin. How you doing, pal? Ruby Andrews, and It Takes Me Away, sent in by Ruth and Chris Gray down there in Wigan. Next up, the lovely Annette Sherlock down in Blackpool. Selected the man himself, Mr. Michael Jackson, with the club mix of In the Closet. You're welcome, Annette. Going out to Stevie Baruza in the closet. Seven and a half ton truck. This is some pie. Lock up your daughters. The Fires are on tour in Blackpool. What a tune. Michael Jackson and In the Closet, the club mix from the lovely Annette Sherlock down there in Blackpool. The second gold star of the evening comes from another good friend. And he comes from over in Spain. Goes by the name of Marco Hudson, lovely husband of Lady Fiona. And he selected a band called Five Special, and it's called The More I Get to Know You. More 70s class. Well done on your gold star, Mr. Marco Hudson. Woo!
Go around all day just picking petals off of daisies. When I'm not doing that, I just sit around starry-eyed and crazy.
Come on.
About the way you smile, the way you talk, thinking about how fine you look, the sexy way you walk. The more I get to know you, the more I wanna love you. The more I get
You're welcome, Marco.
the more I wanna love you.
No problems, I'll be baby.
I get to know you.
Gold star, Mr. Marco Hudson. Over there in Cartagena in Spain. Did Lady Fiona get her CDs, Marco?
I hear you say hello when my hands start to perspire. It don't take much at all to be all on fire. Baby, you got that sex appeal.
Can you feel it?
Thrill me so, yeah. Baby, I can't hold out no more. I've got to let you know. The more I get to know you, the more I wanna love you. The more I get to know you, the more I wanna love you. The more I get to know you, the more I want you to love me too. So won't you love me? Oh, baby, baby, you blew my mind. And only after one kiss. Oh, baby, baby, so I decided she's so. Now I can't find words to do justice. Ooh, the more I get to know you, the more I wanna love you. The more I get to know you, the more I wanna love you. The more that I get to know you,
Okay, Marco.
the more I to tell you
Okay, I'm not going to play the start clip. That's where the buffering comes in. So I'm going to get ready. I don't know what it is with the clip art. When I put the clip art on, it seems to buffer, and I'm just going to do away with it. So you've just got to keep your ears peeled for when people get gold stars. And if you're not on the show, or you miss your gold star on the show, you'll get a little surprise come through the letterbox in the form of a couple of CDs from TeeBee. Next up, we have 10 minutes left before we have the man himself, Mr. John Birch's threesome before eat. This is Dick Penman's request, Belly on the Telly. This is Marv Johnson, the Safety Zone.
there was a time.
Thank you,
when
Carol
and
Cavan.
I were one. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Need to sort that internet out, man.
But you broke my heart, baby, just for fun. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
bound to be good, a good provider round about in somewhere, man.
Trying your best
Just have a dig around.
back.
You'll get there, mate.
Yeah, yeah. But I'm standing in the safety zone. Gotta
Good idea, Alec, Matt. Have I got a gold star hat? I need a gold star hat.
Uh-huh. She didn't say how many times you called. No, no, no. But she loves me so much, it didn't matter at all.
Good evening, Shaz. How are you doing, Shaz?
She knows you're trying your best to win me back. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But I'm standing in the safety zone. So you better leave my heart alone. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. You know a man doesn't mind being boss. No, no, no. But it really hurts him when he's double crossed. Yeah, yeah. So if you're smart,
Nice one, Albie, Bobby.
leave me alone.
See you at Red, pal.
Yeah, yeah. 'Cause
As well as a lot of other people.
standing in the safety
Virtues.
zone. Got another love I call
Julie
my
Holson.
own.
Steve Producer.
Ooh,
There's loads going to be.
baby,
Mags and Matt.
better leave my heart alone, 'cause I'm standing in the safety
Great tune
zone.
from our good friend Belly on the telly, Mr. Deke Penman, sending Marv Johnson and Safety Zone. Another great out of the box tune. Now, as you all know, the first gig coming up, not for me, I'm not playing at Bridland, but I've been so looking forward to going to Bridland for a number of years now. And what happened was, every time Bridland was on, it's usually the third weekend of June. And these guys down in Coventry used to plan a Sky event. And I done the first one, and they kept inviting me back all the time. They wanted me to do that every year. So it clashed with Bridland, so I didn't want to let them down. And so I don't think they're doing one this year. Well, because of the COVID and shit like that, it's not happening. So it's gave me the chance to get Bridlington tickets, and I'm so looking forward to getting down there and meeting loads of friends that I've really missed and not seen for a while. So it's the first big event that's coming up for us all, and I know there's a lot of guys got tickets. You can still, I think there's still tickets available if you want to go to Bridlington. It's on the 25th and 26th of June. We're going on the Friday and Saturday, and then we have, I think it's my first gig of the year, my first gig in nearly a year and a half, which will be at the Hoochie Coochie in Newcastle with the Fabulous Solutions playing. I will be doing the warm-up. I don't know if I'm going to play a house set later on. I'll talk to my good friend Warren down there, and we'll get something sorted out. And there's a lot of people going to the Hoochie that night as well. So I'm so looking forward to the first event out to meet everybody, and then the Hoochie Coochie in Newcastle with Solutions on the 30th of July. I think there's still tickets available for that as well, guys. Next up, Mr. Alec Mack, down there in Scunthorpe, and his lovely wife, Pat. Alec selected ZZ and Company, getting ready for the Get Down. It's not been on the show before.
Clothes on,
Maybe it's not been on the show as a request.
I'm ready to shine.
I think I played it though, in one of my bank holiday days.
Rap laid out for the ladies, designed to blow their mind.
Nice one, Alec.
Yeah. Stepping out on the town.
Cass still got a spare ticket for Bidland,
Disco.
if anybody's interested.
All right. I heard it on the grapevine, baby. That's where all the ladies go. Oh, yeah. And I'm ready
It's a hard thing about Bridlington. Accommodation's very, very tight.
for the get down. Said I'm ready. Ready for the get down. Oh, yeah. Say, little lady, do you like what you see? Oh, yeah. So and get down with me.
Well, we're sore head in the morning, Shuby.
Let's go on right now, girl, and turn this mother out. I can see it in your eyes, baby, that you know what getting down is all about. Listen,
Come on.
girl, I'm ready, ready for the get down. Girl, I'm ready, ready for the get down. Yeah, yeah. Girl, I want you to know right now,
Look forward to that, I'll be Bobby.
you really made my night. Now I know I'm not the first to tell you this, baby, but you're out of sight. The way you move and move, all the ladies' sounds,
You feel it?
girl, I can tell that you're ready right now, baby.
You see the excitement?
Ready for the get down. All right, now come on, girl. Said I'm ready. Ready for the get down. Said I'm ready. Ready for the get down.
I'm ready for Billy on the telly.
Now, yeah, everybody that's listening to my voice right now, if you're sitting somewhere in your home, I want y'all to do me a favor. If you're sitting in the bar somewhere, I want you to do me a favor. And right here in the nightclub with me tonight, I want y'all to do me a favor. Listen, clap your hands. Oh, yeah. Clap your hands. All right. If you're ready tonight, come on, y'all. Do me that favor.
Brilliant tune. Love it, Alec, man. ZZ and company. And getting ready for the get down. Getting ready for Mr. Billy on the telly. Should be arriving in about an hour's time. And as I said, guys, we're going to do the big draw at 9 o'clock. I will give you all the details about the Helping Hand Fund, the auctions, everything. It'll be, you'll be told everything about it, basically, at 9 o'clock, so everybody knows the score. Next up, she comes from the Pyrenees. She's got a lovely husband called Ian. Go by the name of the Righties. And they're building a homestead. You've got to watch these videos. Fantastic. Julie Wright, over in the Pyrenees, selected Monkey Tambourine by the beginning of the end. It's really funky. Sure, Julie, it's funky.
One and all, I want you to gather around. There's a wild fruit grows down Nassau way. Hey, don't go near, believe what I say. Hey, monkey tambourine. Hey, monkey tambourine.
Monkey Tambourine.
Right when it's in, start to scratch. It gets on your back.
Brilliant, Johnny. Well done, the posties in Barnsley. I love you. Woo! Monkey Tambourine.
Start to itch. You won't just scratch it.
Okay, Stevie boy, the request has been on, pal. I am recording the show, so you'll get it on catch up, hopefully. Woo! Can you feel it?
Everybody say, just feeling good. Everybody dancing the street. Oh yeah. Everybody dig the speakers, alright. Young and old, low and fly. I wanna see you. I just want you. Monkey tambourine.
Woo-hoo!
Said, hey, monkey tambourine. You want ya? Get in the number. You want ya?
Thanks, my Rob. I'm voting for you too, Johnny. We love the posties.
Do it.
Woohoo!
Hey, monkey tambourine.
Tambourine.
Say, hey, monkey tambourine. You just do what you gotta do. I just wanna see you through. Hey,
Catch you later, Stevie boy.
Monkey timber. When you go near and you're trying to touch your baby, start to itch and scratch all over. Jump in the water because you've been touched by. All right, hey, feeling groovy. Hey, it's feeling good. Scratch your arm,
Can you feel it?
scratch your feet.
Woohoo!
Everybody dig this beat, it's alright. Scratch your arm, scratch your feet. Everybody dig this beat, it's alright.
All right.
Hey, feeling groovy. Hey, monkey timber. Hey, monkey timber. Hey, monkey timber. Ain't it itch now? Don't you wanna scratch it?
The beginning of the end, and it's called Monkey Tambourine, but it sounds like Monkey Tambourine. And it was sent in by the lovely Julie Wright over there in the Pyrenees. Check out France Contain, guys, and the videos on YouTube. Brilliant. It's a good man, that Ian. Next, we have this week's Threesome Before 8. And it comes from our good friend, Mr. John Butts. Great guy. And he sent in the fantastic sound of The Moments. Here's number one. You said. Hi, Linda Haycock. Just in case I missed you earlier, Linda. John Birch's Threesome Before 8 comes from The Moments. That's number one for John Birch's Threesome Before 8 by The Moments, and it's called You Said. Now, I know there's a lot of people away on, especially today because of the sun being out and everything, and there's not as many people on the show tonight because a lot of people are probably out in their garden or they're away visiting friends or whatever they're doing. But we only got 44 requests, so that told me that, you know, a lot of people are doing things, and it's great to get a little bit of freedom, and I hope you all enjoy it. Number two from Mr. John Birch. The big classic. It's called 9 Times. It's on the Cadbury's label.
A busy day I had today,
This one.
and it was driving me up a wall. I needed some help from you, so I decided to give you a call. Time and again I
Cat's loving it, John Boy.
I'm so sad and lonely, and I need your company.
Woohoo!
I have to see you right away.
Sean's GP tune.
Needing you
Is that being Mrs. O? General practice. Come on. They did, Dalby Bobby, yes. Woo! Sounds lovely, Cuthbert. Good on you guys.
Wait a minute. I'm gonna call the operator. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna call the operator.
Somebody's on the phone.
Yeah, operator, look. I'm trying to call this number all day long. As a matter of fact, I tried to call it 9 times and the line is still busy. And look, I want to know if you can do me a little favor. I want you to cut in.
Girls. Dalby Bobby. Come on.
I'm sending out a Western Union, hoping I get through to ya.
Brilliant. One of the great classics from the Moments, and that's number 2 for our good friend John Birch's threesome before 8. As I say every week, I will dig out what I've got in the Moments in my library, and I will put them onto CD, and they will be winding their way down to Stoke to John Birch's house this week. And this is number 3. And I always say, don't thank me, thank John. Fantastic threesome, mate.
Hey girl,
I've got the need.
let me tell you something.
Tell me.
I've been here by myself for so long until
Sober.
it's killing me.
George has left me.
I swear I just can't take it
Say what?
anymore. So I thought I'd drop you a line and let you know this.
Spending my nights like this, all alone, is just no good.
Fantastic, Johnny Birch. Great threesome, pal.
But I don't
Show your
think I
appreciation,
should,
guys.
'cause girl, it wouldn't be true, 'cause I wouldn't have you. And I'm so uptight, I've got the need to be with you tonight. Oh, baby, it's been so long since I've been away from you. For any length of time, baby, I can't sleep at night. 'Cause you're on my mind. Girl, I wish you were here, so I could love you, my dear. And I'm so uptight, I've got the need to be with you tonight. Just let me touch and feel what I know is really mine. The satisfaction we both enjoy. Oh baby, just let me hear the song we sing when we're making love late at night. The
Yes, nice one, Keith.
melody that's out of sight. Oh baby, I've got the need to be with you tonight. heartache. Spending my nights like this, all alone. It's
R.I.P.
just no
Fly.
good.
Good man.
I would seek the adventures of a love affair, but I don't think I should. Girl, I wish you were here so I could love you, my dear. And I'm so uptight, I'm so
Love it,
uptight.
Elvis.
I've got the need to be with you tonight. Hey baby, hey baby. I am so uptight, I'm so uptight. I've got the need to be with you tonight. Don't you know, baby?
Absolutely fantastic. 3 some before 8 from our good friend John Burts down there in Stoke. And it was by the moments. Thank you very much, John, for sending them in, pal. And I'm looking forward to meeting you and your lovely wife at Bridlington. Next up, Ruth Gray has just put up a lovely post there about our good friend Mr. Keith Kay up there in Dunfermline, who I believe last night, unfortunately, I was on the piss last night. As you probably guessed, I've got the throaty voice. And I was out with quite a few of my mates, sampling some beer at our local club. And so I didn't catch it, but I watched a bit of it today. And it was in memory of his good mate, Fly, is it? I think his name was Fly. And Keith had done a thing in his memory last night. So I'll catch it through the week, Keith. But Keith tonight has selected the Dusons, and you better think it over. Fantastic. What about next week's threesome then, Ruth Gray? Next week's threesome comes from John Kidd.
You better think it over and come back to me, boy. You better think it over and come back to me, boy. I trusted you, boy, as far as the eye could see. You were gonna let go, boy. You don't know it, but you blinded me. Things are changing every day. I got a new love and it's on its way. Yeah, better think it over, baby. Back to me, back to me. Better think it over, yeah, back to me, boy. Love makes the world go round, and I'm so proud of the love I found. Yeah, you better think it over, baby. Back to me, back to me. Better think it over, yeah, back to me, boy. I know you can have your choice, 'cause you're such a fat and handsome boy. I may not be the prettiest girl, but you never find the true love. Take it under consideration, or I'm gonna take it to the United Nations. You better think it over, baby. Back to me, come back to me. Better think it over, baby. Come back to me, boy. Love makes the world go round. I'm so proud of the love I found, yeah.
The Dusons, and you better think it over. Sent in by our good friend up there in Dunfermline, Mr. Keith Kay. I'm going to give you a little story about what happened with Keith and his good pal Fly, who passed away a few years back there, and they were really good friends. And out of the blue, one of the guys from up there, I can't think of his name now, sent me a message and asked me if I could do a CD of certain tracks for Fly's funeral. I'd never done this before. It was probably one of the first times I'd done this. And he sent me a playlist of tracks, and I put them together for Fly's funeral. And I believe that Keith and Susie was there. And This is how Keith and Susie found out about me. Strangely enough, as Keith will tell you the same story because he's Tippy, that's his name, Tippy Payton, and Keith will tell you the same story, and that's how they found out about me, and then that's how we got in touch with each other, and eventually they've been fantastic followers and friends of the show, just because of that fantastic story. Next up, we have another gold star. Right, what I'll do for the gold stars is I will put it in the text. I thought it was a good idea from Annette Sherlock to just put it in the text that it was a gold star, and I'll just write the name. Let me just do this a second. So this next gold star comes from the one and only Mr. Smooth, and he's very, very surprised that this has never been picked before. And believe you me, it has not been on the show before, not by me or anyone else. And it's by the fantastic Frankie Valli, and I can't take my eyes off of you. Well done, Robert. Tippy's not there. Tippy was the guy that got me to do the playlist. The name of the guy that passed away was called Fly.
I wanna hold you so much. At long last, love has arrived. I thank God I'm alive. You're just too good.
Well done, Mr. Smooth. I love it. See, there's hundreds of tracks out there. Never been on the show before.
Part of the way that I stand.
You're welcome, Robert.
There's nothing else to compare. The sight of you leaves me weak. There are no words left to speak. But if you feel like I feel,
Singing.
please let me know that it's real.
Can you feel it?
You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you.
It sure does, Mr. Smooth. 4 gold stars. Top of the week. Mr. Perusa will be crying now. Don't push it in it. Yes, it was Help Me Bobby. What memories should be?
Love you. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. You'd be like heaven to touch.
She's a trial, Subi.
I wanna hold you so much. At long last, love has arrived. And I thank God I'm alive. You're just too good to be true.
You feel it?
Can't take my eyes off of you.
Let's have a drink on Peachy. So he's in, Johnny. How can you sit down to a tune like that? Brilliant. Another gold star from the TeeBee's Sunday Soul Show for Mr. Robert Furness, who now goes to the top of the league and has 4 gold stars. And it's pretty tight. There's quite a lot, number of people on 3 and 2, and There's still 6 months to go. We're only halfway through the year. So, you're doing an absolutely fantastic job. I can't tell you enough about what it means to me when you are picking all these fantastic tunes that have never been on the show before. It means the world to me. And it gives this show a uniqueness that you will not find anywhere else on the internet. They will play the same old every day of the week. If you could, what's been doing a lot of the pop-up DJs on Facebook and on, what I've been doing lately is I'm starting to block them because they're starting to do my head in. Because they're playing the same old. I won't block the likes of Peachy or Keith K or Phil Anchors or any of them guys because they're part of the family. But anybody out with the family that comes onto Facebook and does a Facebook Live playing records, I'll block them. That's just me, because I think they are totally wasting their time as DJs and trying to impress or trying to do something that there is a better platform to do it on, and they will not go to it. So, goodbye is my way of doing things. So I'll probably go to Bridlet and I've got all these DJs following out with me. You blocked me, Tom. Oh well, mate. Pop-up DJ. But anyway. Another thing, my good friend Rob Farr gave me a text last night when I was out in the piss, and I got it this morning. And Rob's kind of going to start doing some changes to his show, and he's going to start taking requests. But the best part of Rob's shows, I think, from a personal point of view, was he done the covers, the soul covers, and they just worked great. And I just loved hearing them. And I think all the people that listen to Rob's show on a Friday night, when they're listening to some of them cover shows that he done, absolutely fantastic. So he's going to kind of stick with that idea, I think. But Rob will give you all the information that you need, and then you can start sending in requests for Rob's show. Great idea. Next up, he just had his threesome, but he's allowed to send in a track as well, because it gives him the option of maybe getting a gold star. Unfortunately, it didn't this night. His name's John Birch. And he said, I like the version by Ashford and Simpson, At the Top of the Stairs. Let me know what you think.
I'm insisting that you listen. Try and understand.
I was wrong
Hope not, Robert.
without reason.
Good evening, Colin Wignall. How you doing, pal?
My demands. How can you ever forgive the way I behaved?
Oh, don't worry about it, baby. I know just how this love can be.
You're welcome, John.
Take me up to the top of the stairs. We'll get lost in the dark.
Linda loves it.
Waiting.
Nice one, Rob.
You and me.
Honey, honey, we agree.
You got too much ouzo, Subi.
I'm depending
Oh, you're loving it. You're loving it.
to reconsider.
Wounded pride held me captive. Oh, but I can deliver. You don't have to talk no more. It goes without saying, yeah.
Then I'm just gonna lock the door.
George is an original, man.
Pretending it was a game we were playing.
Take me up to the top of the stairs. We'll get
Oh, she's on the body now.
darkness waiting.
Beware, Blackpool. TeeBee's on the body.
Can't you see?
Oh, really?
Called The Devil's Poison.
I'm pretend I'm so busy, as if you didn't know.
When I'm out of your arms, oh, there's no place else to go. No, it's a negative reaction. Now it's clear to us, yeah.
But from now
She
on,
original.
but from now on, we're gonna stick to the feelings we try.
Take me up to the top of the stairs.
Nice one, Albie, Bobby.
We'll get lost in the darkness waiting. Take me up
It is a good version, I like it. Can you feel it? 45 minutes to the big reveal. Who's won the auctions? How much have we raised for the Helping Hand Fund? And who's going to get picked out of the hat at 9 o'clock? Don't know, Johnny. Enlighten me. Oh, it's not the original, Johnny, no. Collins and Collins was the original thing. Well, it looks like it got a great reaction, John Birch. It's well received by the Soul family. I think they like it. There's also the other side that a lot of people prefer the original by Collins and Collins, but that is a good version. And they were great songwriters. Ashford and Simpson wrote a lot of great stuff, as well as stuff for Motown as well. Next up, unfortunately, my good friend George Ellis sent a bob in, and then he sent this in as his second one, and it's also a bob. Great tune though, George. The Trips. Just love Can't Be Modern.
A push button world.
70s.
The problems will always be the same
The best.
between a boy and a girl. Because love can't be modernized, no matter how many new things they make. There will never be a button you can push and stop a heartache. Now a trip to the moon may become an everyday thing. And instead of a family car, everybody might have their own private plane. But love can't be modernized. I know the love can't be modernized. There will never be a button you can push and stop a heartache. Now people will always be loving and losing and hurting deep down inside. It's been 5,000 years and not one bit has love been modernized. Yeah, love can't be modernized. I know the love can't be modernized. Oh no.
Because Albert's landed.
Now with escalated sidewalks, you may never have to walk at all. And with a TV screen on your telephone, talking to your girl has got to be a wall. But love can't be modernized, no matter how many new things they make. There will never be a button you can push and stop a heartache. Now listen to it. It's been 5,000 years. It hasn't changed, not one bit.
Come on.
Started way back with Adam and Eve. And it's came through the years and it's got to me. It's been 5,000 years. And we've all said it.
Yeah, what a tune. The great sound of The Trips and A Love Can't Be Modernised, sent in by our good friend down there in Derby, Mr. George Ellis. Good evening, Mr. Alan Kennedy. He's in God's own country in Yorkshire. And I know a lot of Yorkshire people call their part of the world God's country, but you have to come to Scotland to see God's country. That is God's country. He made this place so beautiful. Anyway, Next up, we have another gold star of the evening. And this gold star comes from the lovely Linda Neville. By C.B. Overton. It's called Superstar Lady. Well done, Linda. Happy retirement, Alan. I've done it 5 years ago. I've worked too long. You're welcome, Robert and George.
In the newspaper, hear your voice on the radio.
Love it. Did you do it?
God really bless me with a sweet girl like you.
Woo! Alan's now officially retired. Good on you, Alan.
You will see it through. You are my superstar lady. You know I love you, baby. You really make my day. Whether we at home or out at play. Really, really love you.
He's in shock. Resuscitate, Russ, resuscitate.
We're walking down the avenue of success. Diamond ring, fancy clothes, pretty cars, and all that the best. No ego tripping, we won't be slipping, and we will never forget. No, no, no.
Send the title,
where
Julie.
we came from.
Superstar Lady. Our Linda Neville.
You are my superstar lady. You know I love you, baby. You really make my day. Whether we at home or out at play.
Woo!
Really, really love you. Really, really need you. Yeah.
Love you, beer here, Russ. Cross his fingers. What a tune. I love it. And the funny thing was that the lovely Linda Neville sent me a request in today, and so I put it in, and unfortunately she got predictive text on her phone or whatever she was using at the time. And when I went to look for the track, it all come up with all these CB radios. And it brings back another memory, because I was on the CB radios a way back in the early 80s with my good friend John Naughton, who sadly passed away. And my nickname for the CB radios was The Kid. But that was a great tune, Linda. Love it. And it was called A Superstar Lady by C.B. Overton, not CB Radio. Next up, we go over to cricket for the man himself, Mr. Elwyn, the fantastic, best carpenter in the world. And he selected the great Eddie Holland. It's called Candy to Me. It's out of the box. Oh.
One lump of sugar don't compare
Can you feel it?
sweetness of my baby's loving care. She's handed to me. Oh, sweet handed to me.
Good idea, Annette. Thank you. No gold star. Don't push it.
Everything that's nice. Ooh, sweet handed to me.
65 next month, Julie. Well, we're party adrenaline, darling.
She's got a lot of loving just for me.
Woohoo!
Honey dripping kisses that sling like a bee. Oh, candy to me. My baby, sweet candy to me. Sweeter than anything I know. You can believe I'll never let her go. Oh, she's sweet candy.
Love it. sugar.
She spies everything that's nice. Ooh, sweet baby to me.
It's cold, baby. It's lovely.
Never use sugar in my coffee cup. One of her kisses, ooh, sweet enough, baby to me. Sweet, sweet candy to me.
Out of the box, Jane.
Sweeter to me than sugar cane. In my heart, she'll always remain. Ooh, she's candy to me. Baby, sweet candy to me. Ooh, one lump of sugar. Don't
Nice one, Amity.
to the sweetness.
10-4 for a copy, Dan.
His loving care, she's candy to me.
Good evening, Cocky. How's Guernsey?
She's sugar, she's spice, everything that's nice. Ooh, sweet candy to me.
Motown, class. From Mr. Elwin Jones, down in Cricket.
She's got a lot of loving just for me. Honey dripping kisses that sting like a bee. Oh, candy to me. Oh, baby, sweet candy to me. Sweeter than anything I know. You can believe I'll never let her go. Oh, she's sweet candy. Sugar boy, here I come. Sugar boy, here I come. Ooh, baby, candy to me. She's sugar.
She's sugar.
She's spice.
Oh, she's fine.
Everything that's nice. Ooh, sweet baby to me. Never use sugar in my coffee cup. One of her kisses, ooh, sweet enough, candy to me. Sweet, sweet candy to me. Sweeter to me than sugar cane.
Where's Miss Roberta Shilton tonight?
Heart, she
Are you out there, Roberta? Are you having fun in the sun?
she's candy to me. Baby, sweet candy to
We're all celebrating Berlin, Alan. What a tune. And new to me as well, new to a lot of people. The great sound of Eddie Holland and Candy to Me, sent in by our good friend and the best carpenter in the world, Mr. Elwin Jones, without a doubt. Now, I was just going to point out something there, because there's a few people, like our good friend Alan Kennedy, who's just retired. Julie becomes 65 next year, so we'll have a little party down at Bridleton for a lovely pocket rocket, Julie Holdsworth. And there's a lot of us coming to that age now where we are getting to retirement ages. And I'd just like to point out that our good friend Mark Hudson and also Annette Sherlock's husband, John Howker, are good financial advisors. Rather than you going to maybe someone you don't know or you're not sure about, we have people within the family here that do that type of thing. And Mark Hudson, because I see all his posts of what he does and what he advises you to do in your retirement for your pension funds and things like that. Fantastic guy, and he knows his stuff. So if you're needing to get in touch with guys, think about Marco Hudson over in Spain, or John Howker down in Blackpool, because they're the type of guys that you can trust and they will do the right thing for you. Next up, the lovely Anne-Marie Gallagher. It's been on this show before, only about 25 times. It's Millie Jackson. She's still selling that house. Been on the market a while. Yeah, we're having a party at the Expanse Hotel in Bridlington. Are you in there, Julie? That's where we're staying.
It's got a spacious living room.
Woohoo!
Just right for a bride and groom. But since I've lost the one I love, all that's
Oh, what a shame, Julie.
now is gloom.
We'll catch up with you, Ida.
Wait
We love you,
until
Ida.
see the den.
Started the show.
All
Ida.
the comforts are built right in.
Come on.
But to me, it's just an empty shell.
You're welcome, Amity.
Everywhere, there's no house for sale, and you can move in right away.
Can you feel it?
Oh, there's a house for sale. I said I'm moving out today. There's a house for sale. Moving
She was sweating the back.
today.
Ada couldn't sit in the back. Or Julie could.
It's for sale.
She'd fit in the back.
You can move right on in this way.
Woo!
The bedroom is right this way, with unlimited closet space. His and hers vanity
Vanity.
that still reflects his memory. See the kitchen, it'll blow your mind. Equipped with all the latest supplies, conveniences for your fingertips.
Oh yeah.
But not the one I used to love so dear. This old house is for sale. I got to move out of here today. Oh, this old house is for sale.
Could be me, Alan, could be me.
Moving right away.
Depends if Georgie gives me any money. Depends how expensive it is.
1679 Kidwell Avenue.
No, it's Scotch for tight boys.
I gotta get out of here. I can't stand it. Oh.
That's just a myth. Just straight the sock drop, Julie.
You lied. I can't take it no more.
Love it, Rob.
I got a feeling I'm gonna find it as soon as I get rid of this house.
Woo!
Help me! Somebody help me sell this house this evening.
Somebody help that lady to sell this house.
Get it real cheap.
So I don't have to pay it in the show. Still a brilliant tune, I love it. Billy Jackson and A House for Sale, very, very popular tune on every show, and anything to do with soul, that tune will be played somewhere every day round about this country anyway. Next up, my good friend Sean O'Hooligan Callaghan. He loves his dark stuff. This is Fred Paris, and it's out of the box. It's called Dark at the Top of My Heart.
Just how it feels when it's torn apart.
Feel it?
Just like that rose
25 minutes. Countdown's
I
on.
can't conceal.
Correct, Alec. Thank you for that correction.
Woo!
Woo!
When you're here, oh, the teardrops hide. Oh, but when you're gone, they start. People say
You're welcome, Mrs. O and Sean. And Ryan if he's there. Is Ryan there, Mrs. O? Yeah, we'll find you a cot, Julie. Take you back to your younger days. We'll put the cot in our room, Julie. So like looking after the baby. Oh, he's back home. Okay, Mrs. O. Out of the box. Love it, Sean. Paris and Dark at the Top of My Heart, sent in by our good friend Mr. Sean O'Hooligan Callaghan down there in Winchester. Next up, the lovely husband of the Linda Neville is called Russ Wills, and Russ sent in The High Tones, another great out of the box tune. You don't even know my name. It's Russ. I know your name, Russ. Russ.
Hey girl, I love you just the same, and you don't even know my name. Yes, you've got a whole lot of fellas hanging round your door, so you'll never know, just how my love would be, 'cause you don't even notice me. Every time I meet you on the street, then I almost die as you pass me by. Hey girl, I love you just the same, and you don't even know my name.
Yes, I did do. I'm recording the show, so you'll get it back later. You can watch it tomorrow, hopefully. What are you doing falling asleep at your age? You've been working hard, I know, darling. No pressure, Russ.
I love you just the same, and
You got a ring?
don't even know my name.
Looking for a best man?
Sure, you've got a whole lot of soul.
I'm available.
Know it's true when I look at you. Oh yeah, chills running down my spine.
Yeah, it looks like it, Alan. It's going to make it even better. Good evening, DJ Frank. How you doing, pal? Well, Procol Harum. Our Russ.
Even though you never look at me,
Out with the boss, we love it.
you would hold me close. Hey girl, I love you just the same, and you don't even know my name.
4 times, Alan. Best man 4 times. I thought I was just going to get called up all the time. I've still got a few mates still to go. So I may get more call-ups in the future. But I love being the best man. It's one of the great days at a wedding. And sometimes a lot of people find it very pressurising to be a best man because of what you've got to do in the situation, things like that. But once you've done it 3 and 4 times like I have, it just comes natural. It's like DJing, if you're a DJ. Next up, we have our next gold star of the evening. Goes to the lovely Linda Haycock down in Briery Hill in the West Midlands by Leon and the Metronomes. I'll catch you on the rebound. Oh yeah, so great. I love it.
I'm gonna get it somehow. Yes, I am. And if you don't wanna help me, I've got one thing to say to you.
Well done, Linda.
Now, baby, and that's bye, baby. Get you on the rebound. I said I don't want much. Oh no, I just want a little.
I believe that's Belly on the telly arriving. I can hear him.
Just a little security.
Here he comes.
Is all I need.
He's looking very somebody. Come in and say hi, Dick.
What I'm trying to say, hey, baby.
Right, left the best, so we can see. There he is, Belly on the telly. Where's that open, pal?
You wait and see. And you'll come
If you
knocking
want
on
to
my
cheer,
door.
just try to sing free in the children's
And I
class.
won't want you no more.
Oh yeah,
Said you couldn't understand
Belly the
me.
best.
Oh, what I was trying to say.
No, we drunk for cancer, we'll get drunk.
So it's bye, baby.
Well done, Linda.
Got you on the rebound. And listen.
Woo!
Said I didn't want much. Oh no, just wanted a little bit. Now
Big
just a
fucking time.
little security, baby, was all I needed. Hey, hey. And if you couldn't understand me, oh, what I was trying to say, hey, baby. So now it's bye, bye,
have a message from our good friend Billy on the telly, Mr. Dick Pimmin, that he says, if you want to put more money in the pot as donations to the Helping Hand Fund, he will show you his white bits. Come on, Mrs. O, you've been dying to see them for ages. Right, next up is another gold star. And funnily enough, I have just mentioned her name. She goes by the name of Mrs. O on this show. Her real name is the lovely Karen O'Callaghan, but we like to call her Mrs. O. And Mrs. O has this week selected, let me just get that up and running, please. There you go. Billy Woods, and Let Me Make You Happy. Out of the box, I'm gonna love it. Coming up at 9 o'clock, B-O-T-T. Come on.
Wipe those teardrops from your eyes, 'cause everything is gonna be alright. Sugar, don't cry, tell them goodbye, and let me make you happy. Throw away those memories, they're no good for you, baby. Sugar, be mine, leave the past behind, and let me make you happy. What you need, and I'm ready to give it. Now that you're free, give all your love to me.
Well done, Mrs. O.
Make you happy. Oh, I got to say la da.
Can you feel it?
La da 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 da. La da 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 da.
Fucking warm with you.
La da 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 da. Step inside this love of mine.
Double trouble. Good to hear, Julie.
Let me wrap you in it, baby. Keep it up tight, morning, noon, and night. Let me make you happy. Let me show you what it's like to feel.
Not been on before as a request, Mrs. O. It has been played before, but not as a request.
You can feel. Let me make you happy.
Well done, Mrs. O. We love you.
Say la da,
Your two favourite guys. I know you like Deep Bear.
la da 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 da. La da 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 da. Oh, I'm so happy, baby. La da. La da 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 da. La da 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 da. La da 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 da. Oh, la da.
B and Belly on the telly.
La da 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 da.
The greatest double act since Morecambe and Wise. That was Billy Woods and Let Me Make You Happy, sent in by the one and only, I love her to bits, the great Mrs. O, better known as Karen O'Callaghan. Well done on getting your gold star. As you can see, my good friend Deek is here, and what we're going to do in 15 minutes time is we have 62 names and a Yorkshire hat up there that was given to me by my good friend Johnny Wood. And all them names, as I'll just try and show you, are all in there. 62 names. Well, one of them will be picked out by Deek, who will then have the choice to pick a local charity for the Helping Hand Fund. And I will reveal the total. Drum roll. Drum roll. At 9 o'clock, just before Deek reveals who has been picked. Next up, Matt and Fluff Johnson, Over There in Tequila, selected Lou Raglan. It's called One Step. It's a lovely bit of modern soul, and it's out of the box.
I saw you
If you want to listen,
standing there with a gentle breeze blowing through your hair. All I could think about was how I feel. If everything I thought about was really for real, then you stopped, turned and looked my way, and I said to myself, it is about time for
We don't know what, oh, you know what the toilet song is? Deke knows what the toilet song is. I don't know what the toilet song is, Mrs. O. But we'll see if Deke's up for it. Worth a tenner. Never put them headphones on.
I was wondering how long it would take before you crossed that line.
Oh yeah. I love it, Mark.
Would it
Love.
finally come true?
How about-
I'd be yours and you'd be mine. Expectations of love still climbing to the top. Temperatures rising and rising. No, it
I
can't.
didn't realise he was doing the toilet song for you, Mrs. O.
Passion's burning deep inside. My love starting to flame.
Do it, Deke, do it.
Is it possible for you to be mine and to bear my children in my name? You take one step, I'll take two. You come
He's got
to
one
me,
there, Alan.
and I'll come to you.
Your Deke's on the Bellhaven Best.
Ooh-wee.
It's a good second name. I'm a huge expert.
The future is
Can't do it,
ours
you
to
don't get
share with just us two. So let your heart start a fire inside your mind, like
All revealed at 9 o'clock, Cocky.
for you. You take one
Does
step.
that mean you're pissed? You're not past, you're pissed. Hear that, Shaz?
You come to me, baby, and I'll
Got 5 minutes here. You didn't walk round. You want to bring it in, Alright, fine. Piss, Cocky.
You take one step,
Swap the E for an I.
I'll take two. You come to me, and I'll come to you.
See what goes on in Guernsey, Shaz. Oh, sorry. Let's plug you in. Get it.
Said you take one step, and I'll take two. You come to me, come to me, come to me, and I'll come to you.
Are you hammered or hammered? What a tune. Lou Ragland and One Step, sent in by our good friends over into Queer, lovely Matt and Fluff Johnson. Next up, this great guy is just retired this week on Friday. Woohoo, Mr. Alan Kennedy. Enjoy your retirement and we'll see you at Brig. This is Blood Hollands. Don't give it up. We're going to have a party. 10 minutes. Countdown's on, guys. Thank you, Mrs. O. We're in awe of you. Another tenner to the pot. Yes, your song did get played, Ruth Claire, at the beginning. You'll get it on catch up, Ruth. Brilliant tune. You're welcome, Alan.
Ow, ow, ow.
Right. That was Blood Hollands, and it was called Don't Give It Up, sent in by our good friend Mr. Alan Kennedy, who is now retired, and he's going to have a party, and you're all invited. So we have one more tune before the big reveal, two more tunes before the big reveal at 9 o'clock. First of all, I will let you know about how much we have raised as donations. We've just added another £10 from the lovely Mrs. O. No, you didn't get a gold star, Ruth Claire, because you fell asleep.
Buy it for a tenner.
You can buy a gold star for a tenner. He's only kidding. But yes, Mrs. O got a gold star, yes. Please keep up with the show, guys. Come on. I'm trying my best here. If you missed any of the show, hopefully I'm recording it and you can get it all again tomorrow on Catch Up. So we've got two more tracks before we do the reveal. I'm going to give you what we've raised, and then we're going to do the picking the name out of the hat, and then we'll go from there. Next up comes from the one and only Susie Key from Dunfermline. This is Big Frank in the Essence. I won't let her see me cry.
No, no, she wanna see me cry.
Come on, Susie, out of the box.
No, she wanna see me cry.
Hopefully Motown saying hi, mate. All right, back.
Trying to give her everything in this world, but she said that we are through. Now I'm so hurt I don't know what to do.
Sorry, Fluff, thank you. Just letting people know Mrs. O got a gold star.
No, no, she wanna see me.
She sent me a tenner for the fun.
No, no, she wanna see me cry. There she stands, a crying towel in her hand.
Tomatoes, Ruby.
She broke my heart, and now she's waiting for the tears to stop. See me cry. No, no, she wanna see me cry. No, no, she wanna see me cry. She left a scar on my heart.
Yes, Mrs. O did get a gold star. Don't annoy me.
Can never be removed. Oh, but I never thought that my baby could be. Oh, be so very, 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 very cruel. Oh, but please tell me, what did I do wrong now? Oh, to make you treat me, baby, like I didn't belong. But I won't let her see me cry. No, no, she wanna see me cry. No, no, she wanna see me cry. See me cry. No, no, she wanna see me cry.
Brilliant tune. Subi still wants a review on my Bob. Unfortunately, Subi, when you send a Bob in, you have to put your trust in me. I've got all the data in my laptop that tells me if that track has been played as a request on the shows before. And I won't lie to you. Do you think for 1 minute I would lie to you? I don't. Shut up, Deke. don't listen to him. So, please believe me, when I tell you it's a Bob, I'm being honest. I'm not lying or trying to fool you or anything like that. I'm being honest. it would be great for me just to say it's not a bob and just put it in the show. It makes it easier for me. So, I'm not lying to you. It was a bob, honestly. Next up, the lovely Kim Ian Bradley also gets a gold star with this from the Dynamics. It's called Yes, I Love You, Baby. And I love it. Nice one, Kim Ian Bradley.
I know you hurt me, but love me. I got someone you talking cheap. Baby, it just ain't true. Yes,
Big reveal coming. Can you feel it?
ain't no doubt about it. Yes,
Looks like it, Rob.
loving just can't do
I know you believe me, Ruth. Take the volume off of that shoot B.
Cause girl, you can count on me. You can count on me. I'm gonna give you all the loving that your little heart needs.
Woo!
Yes, I love you, baby.
You're welcome, Kim.
Ain't no doubt about it.
Woohoo!
Yes, girl, I need loving. Just can't do without it. Nothing in this world.
Look in the one. No. One call.
In this world. Just can't do without you. I love you, baby.
The Dynamics and Kim Ian Bradley's request called Yes, I Love You, Baby. Now, we come to that precious time at 9 o'clock on this show. I'll just take Kim's name off because you'll start annoying me again if I don't. So I'll take Kim's name off. And we can reveal. I'm going to give you. Oh, there's a drum roll for Dick. If anybody at the last minute would like to donate any money to the Helping Hand Fund who is on the show, then please do it now through my PayPal and I'll get it pinged and then I'll be able to give you an update on it because it's going to close tonight and that's it. And I'm going to tell you that I've been so excited all day and all night about what you have achieved. You have achieved this, not me. I'm just the prick that plays the knobs. You guys have done all this. And we had 8 things up for auction, 8 items up for auction on the show for the last month. Unfortunately, 2 of the items, which I'm quite glad of, didn't sell. Although it would have been nice if they did because it would have made more money for the fund. But I really treasure these type of things. So, 6 out of the 8 items were won. And if you just bear with me, I will give you a rundown on who are the winning bidders for each item. Number 1 was the Kevin Finger and Jerry Granger's Don't Want to Cry No More, which was given to us by a good friend sitting beside me, Mr. Dick Penman. It's quite a rare copy of a 7-inch vinyl track. I think there was only 300 made. And that bidder, top bidder of this track, of this tune, 7-inch vinyl, goes to the one and only, the lovely Ruth Clare, who bid £40. Thank you, Ruth. We love you. If within the next few days, whenever it suits, but I'd like to get all the money in, hopefully within the next couple of days. So whenever it suits you, if you can just bung that 40 quid into my PayPal, and that goes for everybody that on my bank account, whatever he's used. if you can do that within the next couple of days, I can get everything sorted and get the money out to the guys or lady for the fund this week. Next up was a beautiful watercolouring painted by our great pal Mr. Robert Furness, better known as Mr. Smooth, from down there in Ossett. And it's called The Bothy. It was a watercolour painting. You've seen it on the Facebook. And the top bidder for that was the lovely Linda Haycock, which was £25. Well done, Linda. Thank you very much. Next was number 3, which was a wooden handcrafted love spoon by the greatest carpenter to walk, Mr. Elwyn Jones down there in Cricketh, and his lovely wife, Lil Jones. And that top bid, who won the bid, goes to, he had to win it, or he was getting killed by the lovely Kath, and it goes to John Birch, and that went for £50, that love spoon. You got it, Kath. John done you proud. Well done, John. The next thing was, what was that? Oh, it was the Bamboos single from our good friend Mike Dunn up there in Broxburn. And the top bidder for that, and there only was one bidder, was the lovely, gorgeous Georgie, who bidded a tenner. I'm just not happy about her starting to buy final. That Mike Dunn's probably started a bad thing here. And that was sent in by Mike Dunn. It was by the Bamboos. It was called Right on Time. So Georgie's now got herself a little vinyl collection. Not happy with that. Next was the poster from Susie and Keith Kay of Jethro Jones. Won a good night out. I want to keep that because it's something that I'll treasure and I can frame and I can keep it for the man cave. So I won that. It was a £5. Next was the Debbie Harry didn't sell, which really surprised me because Georgie thought that would go mad. Nobody wanted the Debbie Harry or the Jethro Jones original one-off painting. Nobody wanted them 2 bids. But the last one really brought in a lot of bids. And this is the Marvin Gaye, I just showed Deek album of What's Going On. As you all know, it's been 50 years since that album was recorded way back in 1971. And the good thing about this album is it's sealed, it's never been played, and it's 180 gram vinyl. And you can also download the tracks. There's a card inside that you can download the tracks on the MP3 onto your laptop. So that went to Mr. Alan Kennedy, who top bidded £60 for that. Well done, Alan, and thank you all the guys that will put in bids for this. Right. So that's all the bids for all the stuff that was on the auctions. All was raised, the money that was raised through the auctions was £190 altogether. And I can't thank you enough, guys, for doing what you've done. So next up, we come to the donations. We had 62 people. And some of those were like couples, like George and Sue Ellis, like Shaz and Corky Kaw. You know, 62 people donated to the Helping Hand Fund this year. And the Helping Hand Fund in donations raised, no bad drum that boy, raised £840. So the total for the Helping Hand Fund this year goes to £1,030. Go on, guys. We reached our target. We wanted £1,000. You guys done it. Fantastic. So all I ask now is people that have had the winning bids, send me the cash. We'll get it sorted out this week. And it only leaves me to get my good friend. I'll pull the hat down. As you can see, in there is the 62 names. If you can see them, they're all in there, right? And I'll hold it there, and then my good friend Deke will just pick one out. If he picks his own out, he doesn't get it. That's just the law of the land. There was 2 people that sent money in donations that didn't want their names in the hat. One was Jeff Campbell because he won it last year, and the other one was the lovely Jacqueline Broadfoot because she works every Sunday and she's not got time to do the shows, but she did make a great donation. So thank you guys. And the winner is Deke
Penman! That's Lorraine Allmark.
Whoa, Lorraine Allmark.
Well done,
Well,
Lorraine.
the great thing about the Allmarks is they are on a boat in Norfolk. I think they're on one of those, what do you call them, boats? You can't name boats, eh? Fucking big, long, stupid boats.
Barge boat house.
And let me just show you that the lovely Lorraine's. And just to prove to you as well, guys, all your names were in the hat here. There's 62, and I'll just pull a few out just to show you that there wasn't all Lorraine Allmarks or Keith Allmarks. Matt Johnson was there, and
Pat McBride,
Stevie Booth. So all your names were in there. Julie Baxendale, everybody was in there. So the winner goes to the lovely Lorraine Allmark from Kicketh. And what I'll do is I'll contact Lorraine. I think she'll come back for holiday on Monday, and we'll start getting things sorted out for the Helping Hand Fund. Well done, all you guys, everyone is. I can't thank you enough. We're going to do this every year, and all we're doing is just helping someone to help the local charity that of their choice. And all you guys donating is absolutely fantastic. I can't thank you enough. I've been so excited all day, especially when we got to the £1,000, because that was the target. And then I got more excited when I knew that Belly on the Telly was going to arrive at 9 o'clock. But
It's understandable.
It's understandable, Dean. And I thank you. And by the way, I said £1,030. Mrs. O sent me a tenner, so that is £1,040. £1,040 now is the total so far. And I'll get all the money in from the auctions, and we'll get that sorted out to Lorraine this week. Well done, Lorraine. Well done, all you guys. You are the best. We are the best soul family in the world.
We are family.
This comes from Mr. Jeff Campbell. It's by The Traits. It's called Someday, Someway. Out of the box as usual from Jeff. Different class. Tell you, don't be a hero. Aye, what's that? I may think about that, Jane. We might do a Christmas one. Rather than doing the presents or something. I may arrange something the same idea. I'll think about it, Jane. Aye, good idea. It's just that Christmas times can be an awkward time for people, you know, financially, you know, because they've got to buy presents and everything. But I'll think about it and we'll come up with some idea. Good idea. Thank you, Jane. Huh? Oh, nothing. Thank you. Bye. Can't thank you enough, guys. You've made my year by doing this. Absolutely fantastic. The winner is Lorraine Allmark. Money stuff. I don't take cash until Christmas. Send me money. It's just like Christmas time stuff. Especially people with children and that. It can be awkward, yeah. Not everybody's got fucking money to go, you know, charities. The Treats, and someday, some way, sitting in by my good friend Jeff Campbell down there in Nottingham. And Jeff will tell you how excited he was last year when he got the Helping Hand Fund sent down. I think it was £870. So we're kind of round about the same. If we didn't do the auctions, we're round about the same amounts that we raised last year. And Jeff gave it to Breaking Barriers that looked after his mum. So hopefully the lovely Lorraine Allmark down in Cricket can find a little local charity. I know there was something to do with the Cricket Town Hall. I don't know if that's still ongoing, but hopefully she'll find something, and she'll let me know this week, and we'll get the cash to her. We'll get photographs to show you that it's all been done and it's all been given to Lorraine and the charity in the right way. Next up, Mr. Phil Story from Hull. Second, Ike and Tina Turner. Dust my broom. I'll keep it up, Alec. Every year we'll do it. Every year in May. You're welcome, Jeff. Woo!
Cause I don't want no man that wants every downtown woman he sees. No, I don't want no man that wants every downtown woman he sees.
Like the patches.
They ask me now what the world they should be allowed on the street. Oh, all right now. Got to be the good man in this crowded world somewhere. I'm gonna see
I'm not playing that, so you'll be a flag.
there's got to be a man for me in
Huh?
this big old world
What is
somewhere. Never prove to me he loves me before he even knows that I care.
Right.
Telephone every time I know.
There's a lot of work you need to do.
Right near
So
left.
he's charging the 25.
And I'm
It's
gonna
like,
telephone
they
every
never
time I know.
put that. People don't buy that. They're money.
Because my age is moving on and my patience is running low. Got to be some good men in this crowded world somewhere. I can see him, I can
See the money she's taking, though.
got to
She
be a
gets
man
safety
for
somewhere.
me in this big old world
She got
somewhere.
money to me. But she said, well,
Never prove to me he loves me before he even knows that I
that's
care.
amazing. Unbelievable. Right, I will do that for you, Ruth Clare, because you are willing to put another tenner into the Helping Hand Fund.
Brilliant.
I will dig out your tune right now and play it again for you because you fell asleep. So this is Ruth Clare's request for the evening by the Impressions. And it just cost her a tenner. We Must Be in Love from 1970. She loves me. She loves Deke too. You're welcome, Phil.
I sigh and don't know why I sigh. Is it that I'm lonely for you? Are you lonely for me too? We must be in love.
Good night, Albie Bobby. Take care, pal.
I miss your tender kiss. Your tender kiss is what I miss. I have a strange desire for your lips of fire. We must be in love. Oh, tell me now, do
I love you, Ruth.
love me too? I do. Do you love me tenderly? I do hope that you'll agree. We must be in love. We must be in love.
Don't forget Mrs. Joe's request. She's paid. Remember never heard me the first time.
I miss your tender kiss.
We'll do it after this, Mrs. O.
Kiss is what I miss. I have a strange desire for your lips of fire.
Deke's warming up,
We
Mrs. O.
must be in love.
We know you paid.
But tell me now, do you love me too? I do. Do you love me tenderly? And I hope that you'll agree.
Woo!
We must be in love.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe you will see. Finally, you and me shall always be as one.
Don't need you singing, Alec Max.
Has done.
We'll leave that to
We
Deke.
must be in love. We must be in love.
Everybody loves you, Deke. Especially Mrs. O. All the best to Don.
I sigh and don't know why I sigh. Is it
Sorry to hear that, Julie.
for you?
I'll give you a text tomorrow, Julie. We'll sort out the mathematics.
Only for me too.
I got your payment today. Thank you.
Be in love.
Woo!
Let me tell you now, I miss your tender kiss. Your tender kiss is what I miss. I have a strange desire for your lips of fire. We must be in love.
Very unusual for TV to play a song twice in a show. Only when I'm drunk I usually do stupid things like that. But due to the fact that the lovely Ruth Clare donated another tenner for the Helping Hand Fund, I'm not going to do it for everybody, but because she fell asleep, she missed the track, so I played it again, and the lovely Ruth Clare has just told me she sent the dosh. That's my girl from Liverpool. Well done, Ruth. We love you. Next up, goes by the name of Mr. Colin Wignall from Cheshire. Selected Brooke Benton and Dinah Washington. Baby, you got what it takes.
It takes more than a robin
Oh yeah.
to make the weather go, and it takes two lips of fire
Woo!
to melt away the snow.
Don't mention it, Judy.
Takes 2 hearts of cooking.
Oh yes, we're going to get Deek to do a song. We'll do it after this.
You grow. And baby, you've got what it takes. You know it takes a lot
Only 5 times out.
Tell me about it.
Don't go on about it.
of romance. Oh, it takes a lot of loving to make my life complete.
And it takes a lot, woman, to knock me off my feet. And baby,
Baby!
you've got what it takes.
Woo!
I said,
Warm up your socials.
You know you've
La, la, la,
got
la,
just
la.
what it takes, because it takes more
Mrs. O's getting the talent song.
to stay away from you. It takes more than a lifetime
It's not unusual.
to prove that I'll be true.
what it takes, somebody special
No, you can't, Ruth Clare.
to make me say I do.
Oh, yeah.
And baby, you got
Your partner John will be chapping my door, sending me too much cash.
You know you've got just what it takes, because
Can't even remember what it was, Shuby.
I like your style.
to stay away from you.
I can't stay away. Come on, let's do it
It
again.
takes more than a lifetime.
It is a great tune, Alec. I should have given that a gold star.
Be true. Now,
Should have given it a gold star.
Take somebody special.
I like it.
baby,
Woo!
Make me say I do.
Give it a gold star for me.
baby,
You got what it takes.
say it again.
Come on, let's do it one more time.
Oh, baby.
And baby, you
Got what it takes.
one more time.
Brilliant tune. Sent in by our good friend down there in, what do you call it? Cheshire. My good friend Colin Wignall. That was a great tune. Brooke Benton and Dinah Washington. Called Baby, You Got What It Takes. Now, people have been sending money in and asking us to do different things. Thank you to Ruth Clare for doing what she done, and we played her song again. Thank you, but I'm not going to keep doing that all night because we'll be here all night. But the lovely Mrs. O sent a tenner in for Deke to do the toilet song. So I'll kind of step back a little bit so that Deke can get nearer the mic, and we will have a rendition of Mr. Deke Penman's toilet song.
Testing 1, 2, 1,
Aye,
2.
you're there, Deke. Aye, you're there, aye.
I was sitting on the toilet, I was trying to do a duty, when my duty hit the water and it went and hurt my booty. There we go.
There you go, Mrs. O. It's worth a tenner. Only those in one verse, Mrs. O.
That's all there is.
That's all there is. There's only one verse to it, Mrs. O. Next up, the lovely Kath Birch. Sent in Donny Elbert. Along Came Pride. Woo!
All the stories that were put about people saying you were moving out, more or less to make me shout out loud. One more man, just a little too proud.
That's the easiest tenor I've ever made, Dick. He'll work on it, Alan. He'll work on it. A few more verses. See if we can get more money. You're welcome, Jan. Could go down as a clanger, Alan. It's up to Mrs. O. Dick for the X Factor next. Phone Simon Cowell.
I'll spend my life in a shade of black.
Woohoo!
Then along came pride, cut me down to a little boy size. Then along came pride,
Always thinking for what's the key.
to realize somebody help me,
Somebody help me.
somebody help me.
Somebody help me.
It cut me down,
Somebody help me.
pride cut me down
Somebody help me.
to a little boy size.
Somebody help me.
That was Donny Elbert, sent in by the lovely Kath Butch, and Along Came Pride. Now, this is very unusual for this to happen on TeeBee's Sunday Soul Show now. It used to happen quite a lot. I remember it was one of Dick's pet hates when somebody else had requested the exact same track as himself.
Okay.
And this unfortunately happened today. The lovely Kim Tompkinson and the lovely Sue Ellis picked the same track. Sue Ellis was after she had a bob. So this goes out to the two ladies. It's Carol Fran and it's called Roll with the Punches.
One day I'm sad, the next day I'm glad. One day I don't know which way to go. But no matter where I may be, yeah, and no matter what I may do, all you got to do now is roll on, children, roll on. Now listen to me. One day I'm up, the next day I'm down. Sometimes I'm feeling bad, like a fool that made me mad. But no matter where I may be, no matter where I may go, all you gotta do right now, children, is roll on down now. Roll on, yeah, roll on now. You may be giving love, and the man you love may be giving hurt. Take my advice, children. This is the price you pay for life. No matter where I might be, no matter what I might do, all you gotta do is just roll with the punches. Roll, let me tell you something now. Sometimes I'm up and then I'm down. Sometimes I'm down. No matter what I feel like that, I know no matter whether I feel like that, so do I roll.
What a tune! Tell them, Kiki. Carol Fran and Roll with the Punches, sent in by two lovely ladies. One, Kim Angela Tompkinson from Birmingham, and the other, Sue Ellis from down there in Derby. Next up, we have one from the lovely Shaz Carr. Down in Witness, this is Jimmy James and the Vagabonds. I feel alright. It's on Jack's threesome CD.
She's everything that I could need, and I'm feeling alright.
wish you
alright. You know, I feel like a shout, I feel like a screaming, 'cause I'm feeling alright. I feel alright, baby. I feel alright. Listen, let me tell you something. Every time she makes a move, I feel so good. I'm gonna love her like I should. Every time she says I'm in her heart, I know I love her, so ain't never gonna part.
You have to say that, Cocky.
Hurts me
Shazzy's request.
alright. Anything
You're bad when you get
that she
hit.
wanna get to, she's mine, all mine.
Peach's fault.
Feel alright. Feel alright. Every time that she goes on the street, she doesn't look at another guy. She's so sweet, she's so kind. That's why I love her so, I never gotta let her go. Every time she touches me, I feel alright. Oh, I feel so good. I want the world to know she's not all mine. Yes, I feel alright. Lord, I feel alright.
There is Jane, yes.
Lord, I feel alright.
Still waiting on the Lemonade playlist.
I feel so good.
Is it nearly ready? Is
Listen,
it fizzing?
just clap your hands with me right now, children. I want
Have
you
another
to
beer,
clap
Alan.
your
Give me
beer
time.
right now. You know something? They call me Fat Boy. But I want you to know Fat Boy can cry.
Hey, man.
Even though I can cry, I don't want to cry right now, 'cause I feel alright. Feel alright. Feel alright. Feel alright.
I know, Cocky, I know it's that. Jimmy James and the Vagabonds sent in by the lovely Shaz Corr down in Widnes, while the Cocky Corr's pissed in Guernsey. Next up, a great selector on this show, the one and only Mr. Dave Rimmer from down in Skegness, sent in Debbie Fleming from 1974. It's called Long Gone. Woo! What a show!
Long gone, that's what I've been since I found out that you fooled on me and left me crying alone. I'm gonna make it on my own. You walked out, you said goodbye.
Good night, old pal. Take care, pal.
Listen here, baby, I'm no toy, and you just can't throw me away and pick me up some other day.
You're welcome, Dave.
Even in my dreams, I try to talk
Don't
to
argue
you.
with Shaz, Cocky.
Give me the time of day. Never satisfied
Good night, Sue.
with the things
Take care,
I
doll.
do. You talk around me, baby. Everything's going your way. Love's lost. That's what it's been since I found out that you fooled
Can he win, Cocky? Can he win?
me and you left me.
Georgie's putting that in my headstone.
But I'm gonna make it on
Can he
my
win?
own. Even in my dreams, I try to talk to you, but you wouldn't give me the time of day. Never satisfied with the things I do. You talk around me, baby. Everything's going your way. Love's lost. That's what it's been since I found out that you fooled on me and you left me crying alone. I'm gonna make it on my own. Long gone. That's what I've been since I found out that you fooled on me and you left me crying alone. I'm gonna make it on my own. Long gone. That's what I've been since I found out that you fooled on me and you left me.
Guys, Debbie Fleming, sent in by one of the great selectors on the show, Mr. Dave Rimmer. Another great out-of-the-box tune from 1974 called Long Gone. The lovely Jane Blundy Thompson texted me through the week and said, Tam, would it be okay if I do a lemonade mix? And I thought, oh, it's a good idea, that. Jane, I think people would buy your lemonade mix. So, the lovely Jane Thompson is building a playlist for her lemonade mix. So look forward to that when it arrives. But here's her request for the evening. It's been on the show before. By Velvet Hammer. And it's probably the best version of Happy. Good evening, the lovely Pat. How you doing, Pat?
I call her happy.
Happy.
She makes me feel that way when I come home at night. She puts her arms around me. She kisses and hugs, makes everything alright. And every night in my room, I can smell her sweet perfume. And it's happy. Happy all my life. I call her joy, 'cause she brought it to the world of a lonely boy. Joy near every night, 'cause she knows how to squeeze me and make me feel right. And every night in my room, I can smell her sweet perfume. And it's joy. Whoa, so no joy to me. So no joy to me. I call her pleasure, 'cause the loving she's giving you just can't measure. I call her sweetness, 'cause when I look in her eyes, I can see my weakness. And every night in my room, I can smell her sweet perfume. And it's pleasure. Pleasure of my life. She really makes me happy in the evening with the pleasure that you give me. Make me happy, 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 happy in my life. Joy is my world, sweet and sweet. She's a pearl of a girl. Happy in my life. Sweet and sweet. She's a pearl of a girl. Happy.
That was Velvet Hammer and Happy. And it was sent in by the lovely Jane Blundy Thompson. So look forward to Jane's lemonade mix. Should be exciting. And next up we have a guy who's down in Guernsey at the moment working. Well, supposed to be working, but he's on the piss tonight. And he sounds very pissed tonight. He goes by the name of Mr. Corky Core. And he selected Johnny James. I'll tell you about my girl. She's called Shaz. Don't mess with Shaz.
Want to tell you all about my girl. Got the sweetest woman in the whole wide world.
You will be informed in plenty of time, George. Your couples night will be on the Friday night anyway, George.
Make you swim the white sea, yeah.
Is it a Gold Star concert?
Good loving, yeah. She got the kind of loving. Make you walk that lonely valley. She got good loving. She got the kind of loving. Make a man lose his mind, yeah. Wow! Got good loving. She got the kind of loving. make you climb the highest mountain. She got good loving. She got the kind of loving.
Get the popcorn in,
Make you
John.
tell the world you love her.
You need more popcorn.
Now ain't just loving.
It's a goal from Johnny.
Got the kind of loving. Make a man swim the sea.
Casino 74.
Walk the valley.
Of course you've got that best.
Lose his mind. Make a man tell the world.
Woo.
Ain't just loving. Ain't just loving. Ain't just loving. Ain't just loving.
Nice one, Pat.
Ain't
We love
just
you.
loving. Ain't just loving. Ow. Ain't just loving.
Great choice, and another great out of the box tune from a good friend at Corky Court down there in actually Guernsey at the moment, but originally from Widnes. Next up, another great tune, another great out of the box tune. As I said, guys, there's only 8 out of the 44 that have been on the show before tonight, and you can agree with me if you want, but I think tonight's show has been absolutely different class. I could have picked 20 or 30 of the tracks tonight to be gold stars quite easily. And I just go with my intuition and my gut feeling, and I picked out 8. This next one, unfortunately, was in the pot but didn't get a gold star, and it comes from the lovely Carol Cameron by Paul Newman and the Excaliburs. And ain't you got a hat? Hat, not hat. Hat.
When you want my money, you can smile so pretty. You can turn the tears on when you want my pity. When I need some loving, I can find you nowhere. Everyone can see you're making a fool out of me. Ain't you got a heart to tell you that you ought to be a little kind to me when I do all I can to keep you.
There's a Motown last hour, Pat. Love you, Pat.
Ain't you got a
You're welcome, Carol.
heart to show you that you gotta pay a little mind to me? Oh baby, ain't you got a heart somewhere inside? Trouble is I'm much too free and easy going. 'Cause I could be a dog for all the love you're showing. And you see I'm breaking up in little pieces. I'm not made of stone. I can't get along on my own. Ain't you got a heart to tell you that you
For that gold
be
star written all over it. On the tribute
when I do all I can to keep you satisfied. Ain't you got a heart to show you that you gotta pay a little mind to me? Oh baby, ain't you got a heart somewhere inside?
Don't push it, Cocky. Just don't push it, Cocky. You're one.
Ain't you got a heart to show you
They've all been great tunes. You give them all gold stars.
mind to me? Oh,
Try the 12-inch verse.
you got a heart somewhere inside. You got a heart somewhere inside.
Woo! Another great tune. Paul Newman and the Excaliburs. And Ain't You Got a Heart. Sent in by the lovely Carol Cameron down there in County Durham. We now come to a part of the show where it's not normally this late. We have the Justice for Jackie tune from Johnny and Jilly. And tonight it's from the Furies. I'm Satisfied With You. It's been on the show before. Still a great tune. Let's see those yellow love hearts.
I'm satisfied
The Furies, and as you all know, it's the fantastic request from Johnny and Jelly, which always goes down as a Justice for Jackie tune, which we will play every week on this show without fail until the day I die, because we will always remember the lovely Jackie Willingham, because she should never have been killed by them 4 bastards. Next up, we go to my good pal Rob Farr. I think he's away at his bed because he's got to go and pick it. Oh, he's away picking up his daughter from the train station. So, Rob Farr sent in a very strange track. And I actually gave him a gold star for this, and then I changed my mind tonight. It's by Jimmy Radcliffe. You know the artist, and he's famous for the track from his 3B48. But this I find very, very interesting. This is Jimmy Radcliffe, and it's called I Pretend in Loving You. Check it out.
Since the day you walked into my
From
life,
Robbie Farr.
all I do is live for you. From the time you held me tight, you're in my dreams at night. When I'm feeling blue, I pretend I'm loving you. I pretend I'm loving you. What else can I do now? Pretend I'm loving you now. I don't know what kind of magic is in your touch, but the thrill is always new. And though you're not by my side, it can't be denied. When the day is through, I pretend I'm loving you. I pretend I'm loving you. What else can I do now? Pretend I'm loving you now. Hey. Though you know that others tempt me with their tease, and they can't satisfy like you.
Good evening, Moira Lamb. How you doing, Moira?
Everything is yours
And Lambie.
forevermore. Though I'm lonely, I'll be true. I pretend I'm loving you. I pretend I'm loving you. What else can I do now? Pretend I'm loving you now. Pretend I'm loving you. Yeah, baby, I'm loving you. Pretend I'm loving you. Yeah, I'm loving you.
Jimmy Radcliffe, and another great tune. Has there been any bad tunes on the show tonight? Would you ever think there'd be a clanger on this show tonight? This has got to be the no clanger show ever. Absolutely fantastic tracks. Well, guys, we're a wee bit early, and it's now 10 to 10, and we only have one more request on the show tonight. Hi, Moira. And Tom is the judge. Tell him, Alan. Tell him. And it goes to the lovely Mag Shoes down in Lancaster. And I've give this a gold star for the lovely Mag Shoes, for the simple reason is it is a fantastic tune. And I've not put her name up, but I'm going to do it now. And she's another lady that works very, very hard and started selecting some absolutely fantastic tunes for the show. So, well done. Mag Shoes, you have just got the final gold star of the show, and it is called, wait a minute to get that out of the way. It's by Mary Love, and it's called I've Gotta Get You Back. Put the wrong big on. Shut up, Cal. That takes a bit more. Can't concentrate.
Nothing that I can do to get
Well done, Mags.
for you. The little things that tore us apart are
Right, so
digging
that's
deeper into my heart. I made a drastic mistake. I turned my head when you walked away. Each time I try to smile, I think about you and I start to cry. Oh my darling, can't you see? You mean so much to me, and I've got to get you back. I've got to get you back. I've got to get you back somehow. Ooh, what's a leaf without a tree? What's a fish without a sea? What's a rose without the dew? And what is life without you? Nothing, darling, nothing at all. Should the tree die, the leaves will fall.
all in my heart, I love you so. How much I need you, I don't know. Oh my darling, dreams come true. I spend my whole life dreaming of you, 'cause I've gotta get you back. I've gotta get you back. I've got to get you back somehow. I know crying don't help, but what else is there left? A tender heart torn apart, a faithful love that never gonna start. I need you more each day. What else can I say? Your wish is my desire. Without you, what good am I? On my honor, I'll do my best. Do my duty, bring you happiness. 'Cause I've got to get you back. I've got to get you back. I've got to get you back somehow.
I hope no one can lip read. Good night, Fluff. Good night, everybody. Anybody that's going to bed, actually. It's now 9 minutes to 10 o'clock. And me and Deke have just had a wee private conversation. I'm sorry that I can't involve you in that because it's between ourselves. But it's just about the show and about everybody and what's going on and things like that. And we were just mentioning about the financial advisors that we have in the show, because the people that are now coming to retirement age, and how great it is to have the likes of John Howkert and Marco Hudson there for great advice, and people that have the knowledge for us laymen to do what's the right thing when we come to our pension age and we put our money in how to do this and handle that, and it's a good thing. So we've got to respect people like that, and they're in the family, so use them when we need to use them. They'll always give you great advice. Did I miss anybody's request tonight?
Have you played mine, Tom?
Yes, I played it. You must have been on your way round, buddy.
Jesus.
Right, Dick was on his way round when I played his request. So,
Jesus.
I'm going to get another fiver out of his wallet. I'm going to play again. I left the typical fucking Scotsman, isn't he? He's left the wallet in the house. Well done, Dick. That's what I like to hear. Where are you? Honey, there you go. Marv Johnson, Safety Zone. So I'll play it again. It's above it. Yeah, I also think that because Steve is coming in tonight, if I give him a go start, I don't want that. So I've got a lot of things going on in my head you just don't understand. I think Sherlock doesn't understand. I'll tell you doesn't understand. I'll just sing. Face it does. I'll give it a wee gold star. Not that bad. I'll make him feel like that. I'll send Georgie in the world for the fun. Right, we're going to finish with Edwin Marvin Gaye. And I've let Deep pick what do you call it tonight, the Marvin Gaye finishing track. And it's going to Scotty Cord and all the boys down here. You'll love this, Scotty. Have you still got a badge in this cookie?
So you better leave my heart alone.
Okay. I'll take Badge's name away. Keep forgetting. Maybe a bad idea that, I ain't Sherlock. I'm going to have to change it. I'll think of something else. Because I just keep letting it scroll. Son of a... No, it wasn't a goal, Mrs. O. Don't put me under any more pressure. He's sitting beside me. It's a good track, though, isn't it? Good night, Robert Lynn. Take care, guys.
Cause I'm standing in
That's for my good pal Deep Penman sitting beside me because he was on his way round and he missed his track. So that's why we played it again. And the other thing that we do in this show, every week at the end, we play the best song ever recorded by the man himself, Mr. Marvin Gaye, called What's Going On. And I've let Deep pick what mix he would like played tonight of that tune. And my good friend Corky Cord down in Guernsey said, please pick a good remix of the Marvin Gaye's What's Going On for all the boys down in Guernsey. So it's going out to all you guys, and it's been picked by my good friend Mr. Belly on the telly, Deep Penman. This is the Purple Disco Machine mix. Talk amongst yourselves till the beat comes in.
Aye.
$180 grams, Alan. Don't you be selling any of them grams at Brindley. Thank you, Johnny and Jilly. I love you. Thank you, Deep Penman, for coming round and doing that. And thank you guys for all your contributions and donations and the auctions and everything. Unbelievable. They'll all come out to you this week. Sorry, Dick Leeson.
Absolutely brilliant.
Well done, you all. You are the people. See you on Friday night. Couples night next week. First up is John and Kath Birch, and then George and Sue Ellis on the Friday night. On the Saturday night, we have Anne-Marie and Daz Gallion. And then we have... Who was that again? Can somebody remind me? Who's that again? Oh, it's Elwyn and Lil Jones. So we've got another full weekend next week, guys. What do you think, Cocky? Deep pick a good one.
Oh, the tribute bit's coming in.
Mother,
Thank you, Carol. Thank you, Alan Kennedy. Thank you, Mr. Stevie Perusa. Sorry to hear you're on the train. Hopefully I'll be able to record the show and put it on my YouTube page for you all tomorrow that may have missed some of it. You know...
we've got to find a way to bring some loving here today.
Don't leave you hanging.
Father, we don't.
I get her out if I do Fergie time when George is in night shift. She thinks I'm taking the piss. It's just because she's working and she thinks I'm enjoying myself doing Fergie time with all you guys. It annoys her. So I don't like doing it when she's working.
To bring some loving here today. Oh,
Could I leave you hanging, Mrs.
picket line. Picket
That's the
sign.
girls arrived, Tom.
Punish me with brutality.
That's the girls and the Chinese are I. Let's go, Nick.
So you can see.
Hope she don't want to. She's checking it. I love the coca. I'm like, what the hell?
What's going on? Oh, what's going on? Oh, what's going on?
Woo!
What's going on?
Thank you, David. I love you guys. Thank you, Jilly and Johnny. You're the best.
Oh, what's going on?
Woo!
What's going on? Yeah, what's going on? Oh, what's going on? Oh, what's going on? What's going on? Yeah, what's going on? Oh, what's going on?
Good day, everybody.
Mother, everybody thinks we're wrong. Oh, but who are they to judge us? simply cause our hair is long. Oh, you know we've got to find a way.
Right, did that public disco.
Bring some
Download the one stuff.
understanding here today. Pick it loud and pick it sound. Don't punish me.
Where-
What's going on? What's going on? Yeah, what's going on? Oh, what's going on? Oh, what's going on? What's going on? Yeah, what's going on? Oh, what's going on? Oh, what's going on? What's going on? Yeah, what's going on? Oh, what's going on? Oh, what's going on? What's going on? Yeah, what's going on? Oh, what's going on? Oh, what's going on? What's going on? Yeah, what's going on? Oh, what's going on? Oh, what's going on? What's going on? Yeah, what's going on? Oh, what's going on? Oh, what's going on? What's going on?
No idea.
what's
No idea of your
going
house mix.
Oh, what's
You,
going on?
no idea.
Oh,
How do you
what's
fancy
going
start
on?
that, right?
What's
You know this
going
crap.
on? Yeah, what's going on?
Go your VPNs
Oh,
outside.
what's going on?
The only thing is, you can't do like fucking places in there. Right, I'll do it for you. I'll do it for you. You sit there, right?
I'm sitting doing that one.
I'm not going to leave you hanging, Mrs. O. I'm going to do a little mix because my pal Deek's here. And we've still got a few beers left. You like that mix, Cocky? Tell me you love it, Cocky. Thank Deek for that. You're in a party mood, Mrs. O. Okay. Get your dancing shoes on. We're going to do a house mix. Can remember how to do it now. Love it. Thank you, Linda. Thank you, Carol Cameron. Thank you, Ruth Claire. Thank you, Mrs. O. Thank you all. From me and Dick, you've been absolutely fantastic. You guys have seriously impressed me, and I'm so humbled because of all the money you've raised for this Helping Hand Fund and everything you do. And you're there every week. Everyone is. You're the best. Can't be beat. So because of that, and Georgie doesn't like me doing Figure Time when she's on night shift, but I'm going to do it because you guys, Corky loves it. You got a winner. Corky loves it. You guys have been absolutely different class for all your support and everything in the past. Well, I've been doing this show nearly 6 years now, and if I can't do a little house mix at 10 o'clock, for those that just don't like to go to bed, then here we go. That's that, isn't it?
You're right, you can't.
I can't see. I've lost the plot now. I can't concentrate. And I've got to concentrate when I'm doing this. We'll get there. Sing it, baby. Georgie Mia, she doesn't understand to me. You're okay. You're on the outside. I'm loving me. It's a fucking nightmare. Go on, Georgie. You're my girl, Ruth Claire. We love you. Behave, Linda Devil. You're watching how I'm doing it. You can't see. Why can you go and get your glasses and then you can see up in up there? Get on up now. Run, Cocky. Yeah. check it out for you, Cocky. And in the mix with Dick and TeeBee's. Cookies buying. Anybody want a drink? Double brandy for me, Cocky. What you on, Dick? Morgans and Coke for Dick. Send it by courier. Glass of milk for Stevie Perusa. Got a heavy day the man. I'm feeling. Alan Kennedy was going to pick this. Good choice, Alan.
In the wind I hear your name. There ain't nothing to ease the pain. The thought of being without you, I just can't face. Oh, never thought I would feel like this. How I long for another kiss. Do anything just to feel your warmth. I'm missing you. Can't hold back what I'm feeling. I'm missing you. Can't hold back what I'm feeling. I'm missing you. Can't hold back what I'm feeling. I'm missing you. Can't hold back what I'm feeling. In the wind I hear your name. There ain't nothing to ease the pain. The thought of being without you, I just can't face. Oh, never thought I would feel like this. How I long for another kiss. Do anything just to feel your warmth. I'm missing you. Can't hold back what I'm feeling. I'm missing you. Can't hold back what I'm feeling. I'm missing you. I'm missing you. Missing you. Missing you.
Right, I'm going for a pee. I'll leave you in the Gabriel hand the Dick. He's not got any glasses. Can't he see?
Then we'll have the last day.
It's the end of a long, hard week, and my girls and I ain't wasting no time on a mission to make a scene. I wasn't looking for no lover tonight, but when you walked into the room, you kinda took me by surprise, because your swagger had a sexy
try.
And I only wanna make you mine. So come a little closer to me. Come on and let me know you're feeling the vibe. Now I'm gonna turn it on real smooth because I'm looking for your loving tonight. I'm thinking you could just wanna need. Let's shake it up to the funky tambourine. You know what I mean. Come on and spend a little time with me. I came here to dance and I'm digging your moves. Come on over here and help me get back in the groove. I love what you do. Just wanna spend a little time with you. Lost in sweet romancing, yeah. What are you waiting for? Lost in sweet romancing, yeah. That's all I need from you. Ain't no point in trying to hide it. I never felt so alive, and I know that you've already decided. It should be like this every night. I'm thinking you could just wanna need. Let's shake it up to the funky tambourine. You know what I mean.
Man from Glasgow.
Keeps jumping. Stopping.
No, it's not a today the music. It's just for headphones. For headphones. Aye, it's something to do with the headphones.
Alright.
It kind of cuts you. Aye. Oh, did it? Was it doing it there?
Aye, the whole
Yeah.
fucking block
Thing was there.
stopped.
Aye, okay. Pull up to Kirky's bumper. But bring drink. Good evening, Woozle. How you doing? Sorry I've been missing your post, guys. See that's to do with that.
That's exactly what happened before then.
Aye, that's to do with that. I think there must be shit getting in the sliders. Good evening, Rochelle. Miss McDonald. Aye.
Oh, sometimes all I wanna do is get lifted and raise it up, raise it up, raise it up. Whoa, whoa.
Here we go, yeah. Volume on 10, let us begin. Straight VIP with 6 of your friends. All of them hotter than summer seasons. Smoking and drinking cause it's the weekend. It's on tonight, see we the high rollers. Raise it up, DJ the controller. I got paid, not trying to be sober. We here tonight from start till it's over. Cause we like it loud, you can see, just look at the crowd, come on. It's what we do,
break it on down, come on.
Friday night and I'm feeling right. Let's go somewhere. Weekend vibes seem to free my mind. Take me there, wanna break my body.
We're going to play till 11 o'clock. Then we're going to let you go to bed. I love this track. This is by Ricky Mura. It's called Get Alone. What have you bash? We've got to blame this jockey here, they're having fun.
We didn't need to. You just put that gospel choir thing on it. I'm alright to do time up there for night. Hello. This is a public information announcement. Yeah, on the mix.
Everything's gonna be alright. Do you believe it? Sing it. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. It's gonna be alright. It's gonna be
Yeah, you're in the place to be. Dick with TeeBee's. The Soulful Session. Yeah, the bassline thumping, pumping, stomping. You're in the place to be with me and DJ TeeBee's. on the mix.
You don't have to worry. No matter what you're going through, he will be there. That is what a true friend is all about. Being there when everybody else has left the room and you're standing there by yourself, well, you don't need to worry, 'cause he will never leave you. 24/7 is how I call on him. It don't matter what time, it don't matter what day, alright. He is there always, alright. When my mind is crowded and I can't think no more, he lets me see clearly. He brings understanding to me, alright. Because he is my life, my life.
Yeah, it's live, Rob.
What can I tell you but that he loves me, and he loves me for who I am. For every little ounce of me, he loves me. No matter what you may think, and no matter what you may think, he loves me for me. And I can be all that I am, and what he wanted me to be, because he does love me.
Here comes the funk. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, come alive.
He'll be right by my side. He'll make everything alright. His eyes are the windows of my soul. He is everything to me. And I stand here testifying to you that it's gonna be alright. Shout it from the mountain. Reach out, coming through. Yes, he will. Reach out, coming through. Yes, he will. Reach out, coming through. Yes, he will. Reach out, coming through. Someday, yes, he will. Call my name. Oh, yes, he will. It's gonna be alright, but it's gonna be alright. You're gonna make it. He'll be right there. He'll make a way when there is no way. He will never forsake you. He won't leave you. He's by your side. He loves me for who I am, and I love him. You are the joy of my life. I won't always be down. Alright, alright. I won't always be down. Alright. He's your guiding light. He watches over you. He loves you. He watches you. He'll be what you want him to be. And he loves you for who you are. Alright. Open wide, accepting me for who I am. And I love him, 'cause he's my light. He's my joy. He's everything to me.
Yeah, you're in the place to be
'Cause
with
he's
DJ
always
TeeBee.
there.
and me wanna mix.
He'll make everything alright, 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 alright. And no matter what you may be going through, he will be there for you. Now you need to love yourself. Come on.
sausage roll. At this time, here's the funky bit. with DJ TeeBee and myself on a mix. A little impromptu sesh. You put me on the spot, to be fair. Yeah. Yeah, the place to be. Bit of Byron Stingley and Terry Douglas here. Amazing. We belong together. In the meantime, we're soaring to some funky house.
You made everything so right. You
final one from me, guys. I've got decorating to do tomorrow. Funky one for the last. Giving you a special kind of love.
Just loving it. Just loving it. I'm loving it too, man. Right, go. You like that? See this being impromptu section? That's
Aye, you're on the spot. I'm alright, looking at the tune.
Like them, though. But that's what I think works real well. That's when you know that when you can just leave them going what it is, well, having it all prepared. That's the thing. They love it. They love it. Right, mate. That's your what we're talking about. I love you, mate. Right, that's your part. Take that CD and on, give it a okay, pal. Love you, Jake. See you later, pal. Ciao, pal. He's back! Called Tam. What about that? We deep payment. Different class. Yeah, big thanks to Deep Payment for filling in absolutely different class. TeeBee's back in the house. This is Clement Stone featuring L.W. Green. Special Canada. I'll get it out for Georgie in the morning. Oh, it's Thursday time and I'm at work. I'm not a decorator, Alan. Leave that to Georgie. Georgie's the best decorator. I gotta have less chat, Deek. Talking too much, Deek. It's absolutely brilliant, I love it. And I put him on the spot. That's when you know you've got a DJ in the house. We put him on the spot. There's a gear. Let's make some music. Deep Payment done it. I love Deep. Still up, Gorky. Look, you're working at night. Better get some shut eye, pal.
This is a special kind of love. Your kisses a precious cocoa kind of love.
We love Deek.
This is a special kind of love. Your kisses are precious cocoa kind of love. Special kind of love. A special kind of love. It's a special kind of love. Your kisses are precious cocoa kind of love. It's a special kind of love. A special kind of love. Special kind of love.
Happy day, treble. Cut yourself, Cotton. Thank you for all the great comments about my good pal Geek Penman. Fantastic guy. If you've met Geek, like Mrs. O has, you'll know how good he is. Great guy. So that brings us to the end of the evening, guys, and I didn't want to keep going on because, as I told you before, Georgie she thinks I'm taking the piss because I do it fairly time when she is on night shift, and so I didn't like to upset her. So I'm going to call it a night, but before I call it a night tonight, I'd like to thank you for all your great comments, and I'd like to thank my good friend Deek Pentman for coming round and doing what he does. But I'd like to leave you with a thought tonight, and I got some very, very sad news today about my good friend Tony Adams. Tony Adams, a boy that lived in the town, and I've become really good friends with him and his lovely wife Donna and their 3 boys. And Tony was taken into hospital on Thursday with blood clots, and he was having massive heart attacks. And sadly today we've got the news that they were going to be turning Tony's machine off today. And Tony was a boy that we knew as a DJ when we used to go to clubs like Chancellors and things like that in Dumfries. And it seriously hurt me and Georgie the day when we found out about what's happening with Tony. So R.I.P. Tony Adams. People from Dumfries will know Tony very well. So I'm going to leave you on that note, guys, and I will be here once again next Friday night when we have our couples night. And we're going to start with the lovely Birches, and then we're going to do the Ellises, and then on Saturday night we're going to do the Galliers, and then we're going to do the Joneses. So I look forward to seeing you all again. Thanks for all your fantastic comments and your unbelievable donations to the fund, and I'll get all that sorted out this week. I'll get all your CDs out to these guys that got gold stars in the show tonight. And don't be downhearted if you don't get gold stars. It'll come along. These will pick tunes eventually that will get gold stars that I will like. So don't be downhearted about that at all. So I'm going to leave you. I'm going to play any music. I may as well play Marvin again. I'll give you another mix of Marvin just to say goodnight. And the mix of Marvin that maybe I like. Position. Was it this one? Position? What This is the DJ Morph remastered mix. Good night, everybody. And TB and my pal Deke loves you to bits. Thank you for all your stuff, guys. I will get all your auction items out to you this week. And thanks to Alan Kennedy, the lovely Linda Haycock, the most beautiful Ruth Clare, the great man himself, Mr. John Birch, the lovely Georgie Gorgeous Saunderson, for buying all those fantastic items on the auction. They will be winging their way down your way this week. And we raised over £1,000. Come on! What a soul family we got here. Where is that, Rebs? Where is that, Rebs? I don't need exposure. It's the last thing I need. I just need my soul family. Poor guy. Maybe someday, Alec, maybe someday. You wouldn't believe some of the incredible donations that people have made. I love them all. Very exclusive cookie. Thank you, Carol Cameron. Nobody binned on Jeffro's one-off painting cookie. Thank you, Rob, pal. Good man. Talk through the week, pal. No problem, Alan.
Brother,
Ruth Clare loves Missy Joe. We all love Missy Joe.
You know we
Thank you, Annette. Take care.
to bring some loving here today. Yeah. Father, we don't need to escalate. You see, war is not the answer, for only love can conquer hate.
You know
we got to find a way to bring some loving here today. Oh, pick it loud and pick it sound.
I never seen your bed cookie.
With brutality,
You must have put it on the post. You were supposed to message me with your bid.
can see
If you bid 155 for it, it's yours.
what's going on.
That's going to raise it even more. So send me a message and let me know that you bid 155 for it, and you can have it, pal. I love you too, Ruth Clare. And John Campbell. Woo! Blackpool girls are meeting up with Stevie Perusa tomorrow. Oh, that could get messy.
Thinks we're wrong. Oh, but who would they judge us? Simply cause our hair is long. Oh, you know we've got to find a way. Bring some understanding here today. Oh, pick it loud and pick it sound. Don't punish me with brutality. Come on, talk to me so you can see what's going on.
It's okay, Cocky. We'll put it down to you being pissed.
Yeah, what's going on? I'll tell you
As long as you've informed Sharon.
what's going on. Pick it loud,
Send me a text message, pal.
pick it sound.
Don't punish me
With brutality. Come on, talk to me so you can see what's going on. Yeah, what's going on? Yeah, what's going on? I'll tell you what's going on.
Good night, Ruth. We love you too. It's Corky's. He's having it. Cheers, Corky. It'll look good in the LC bar. Thank you, Alec Mac. You're the best, man. Love to Pat. Thank you for everything, guys. You're very special people to me and Georgie, and we love you all. Until next week, I'll bid you good night, and I'll see you next Friday night. It's couples night. Good night, guys.